And there we go. The microphone is finally on. I know everyone is waiting, going, what's taking him so long? He's usually on by now. Well, I had to do something that was tough. I had to do some fox things. And yeah, you know, it happens sometimes. We have to do fox things. I was a little pressed for getting the secret volcano up, so I put up a different photo instead, and I already seen somebody was trying to guess at it. So I figured, all right, I'll fix your little green wagon. And he knows who he is. I'm going to give you a tough one once we get to it. And excellent. People can hear me and saying hello and everything. That is awesome. And thank you very much, everyone. Sue says, I hear you. And Colin Deadman says, King Colin Deadman says, good to hear you, Dr. Fox. Okay. And we're underway. And Jane says, hi, Dr. Fox. Okay. John says, I can hear you. Excellent. That is good. And of course, we had to resort to canned lava today due to the fact that we've got nothing really wonderful to look at. It's all kind of, yeah. First off, I want to thank Grandma B for gifting that one membership. And just so you know, it did not go unnoticed. And Sleepy Dormouse was the one who got it. So rotating volcanoes is so no one knows which one is the secret volcano. Yeah. The one that I used as my thumbnail is not going to be the secret volcano today. I figured that was too easy, and somebody might figure that out. You know, some green little thing or something. And I figured we're going to make it tough. It's been, it's fun being green. Oh, well, I wasn't referring to you guys, but yeah, it is, I guess. Sleepy Dormouse, you got those extra emojis you can play with as well. Just so you know, just remember, a limit of 5 at a time, please. So, anyway, good to have everyone on board. And, you know, if it wasn't for Cumbre Vieja, we wouldn't have all this lava. And I certainly did enjoy seeing the way that was erupting back when it was doing what it was doing. And I wish we had another one just like it. That would be really, really awesome. Anyway, I want to say a big welcome first off to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and possibly Joseph Fields and Lucas Snow. I haven't seen a single one of them yet, but that'll be okay. I'm sure we can handle whatever comes along, just in case they all are busy doing things, or like in Piggy's case, what, in 50 years of Cumbre Vieja, we'll get, yeah, in 50 years, it may take that long for another eruption, Sasha. It really might, because the previous one was that long ago. Be back in a bit. Got to take my coat and shoes off. Sue, relax and take your coat and shoes off and rest and have a coffee or something. No pressure yet, and I don't think there is any pressure today. Not even volcanic pressure. We don't see a heck of a lot of it. Speaking of pressure, I forgot to load something somewhere here. Give me a second. I can keep yakking while I'm doing this. Yeah, volcanoes are all kind of not being nice today. I don't know why. It's just nothing special happening, and you know, we have those days. We definitely have those days, but it is what it is. We grin and bear it, and we'll continue on with going about our business and reporting on what we do see. Um, just want to kind of throw something in here that this morning I did receive um, another copyright claim, and I thought it was rather ridiculous. Some company or some people in based out of London, London, England, are claiming that the footage that of the yesterday that we watched of that kind of really orangey glow going down Merapi was their footage, and I kind of chuckled because we know we got it from volcanodiscovery.com, who got it from Twitter, who got it from the government site. So I just thought it was kind of hilarious to see that. Anyway, I protested the claim, so that's all right. Let's see. Mars, what's he saying? Martians are not green. Why do Earthlings always assume we're green? That really hurts. I know. You know, you look at the red planet and you really have to wonder. I would think if they wanted to camouflage, they'd stick out like a sore thumb if they were green, especially on Mars. Anyway, yeah, fight it, Doc. Absolutely. Well, it's become public property, Sasha. That's the whole thing, or public. What do they call it? Public domain. Because there's so many other places that have reported it, and you know that includes BBC and ABC and the Scottish Sun, the Sun somewhere else, another place, and you know, and the list goes on, and I just kind of really get a chuckle out of that because you know, here these guys are coming along, and I did go to the guy's site to go see and what kind of a thing he's got, and apparently he specializes in licensing material. So, in other words, I think he's not licensing material, he's scamming. That's what he's doing. And yeah. Anyway, like I say, I disputed the claim, so good luck with it. And I wish them well, and I hope they get somewhere with it. Things that make you go, yeah, yeah. Anyway, welcome to all of you. And I don't want to be grumpy and complain about that, but yep, you had it 5 hours before BBC Talk. Yeah. In all likelihood, colon. So that kind of makes me wonder too. Timing is some of the issue. And I did go to that guy's site, by the way, and I was looking to see if they even had it up on their site, and I couldn't find it anywhere. So how can they be claiming that it's a copyright infringement if they're not even showing it? That doesn't make any sense. None whatsoever. So. It wasn't in their videos, wasn't in their short stuff, and I have no idea. So anyway, we'll keep that out of there, but we'll leave it alone for now. Anyway, first person in today. Well, it was Hermione and Fluffy, and Fluffy and Hermione get cookies today. I'm out of fresh mice, so Fluffy's going to have to eat a cookie too. Sorry, Hermione. But there we go. Got those delivered, and that is excellent. And yep, so Fluffy, you better enjoy that cookie. Oh, let's see what else we can do. Sue says I'm back. Oh, that was quick. Nice one, Hermione. Yep, she managed to get in before everyone else. So not by much. She was followed very closely. Oh, who was it? And that was the second person in. Oh, I'm trying to go up here. It didn't work. One fish was hot on her tail, and then Lizoid came in as number 3 today. So, and here I thought Lizoid wasn't going to make it in at all, but I'm happy he's here. Anyway, yeah, that's all good, and glad to see somebody else got it. So, oops, did I say that out loud? Anyway, let's say hi to everyone, and then we will get at looking at our volcano world and see what we've got. So I was busy planting rose seeds. Ah, cool. Thanks for thinking of me, Dr. Fox. No worries, Lizoid. And, you know, I don't mind thinking of anybody and everybody. You're all good. Anyway, welcome to Sue Hayes and Lizoid and Arliss Scott and Sasha, of course. And then we've got Hermione and Fluffy who got in first. John Raper is here. Henry Nelson, welcome. And Kathy, aloha. Kananaskis country is in. Claire Shipman also here. One Fish 26, good to see you. King Colin Deadman also on board. Scrolling up, looking for others. Pardon me. Scott Hartman also here. Welcome, Scott. Did I say Sasha? I don't know if I did. Mars 2028, who is not really green, even though he's got green lettering in his name. He's actually kind of reddish looking. He's trying to camouflage himself. It's a decoy. Let's see, who else we got in here? Still scrolling up. We got Kananaskis already. Okay, Mars we got. Grandma B, of course. Thank you. And going up looking for more names. As I zip up the list here. Sleepy Dormouse, of course, who got the wonderful 1 month free membership, and that was awesome. And still scrolling up looking for more. Tom and Pepper are here as well. Good to have you on board, Tom and Pepper. And Jane Mary, welcome. And let's see, who else we got in here? Scrolling real quick and looking for more names. There's that Kim Raudenbush. We did see him, but I couldn't be bothered. He was going so fast. I thought he was going to blow a gasket. Kim Raudenbush, welcome. And Don Arnold is also here. Let's see, we got Don, got Claire, got Sasha going, looking for more. See if we can spot anyone else in the list here as I'm scrolling up very quickly, trying to read as many names as I can. My eyeballs aren't focusing. Chuckster is in the house. Welcome, Chuckster. And who else we got in here? Let's see. Judy M. Welcome, Judy. Glad to have you on board. And I hope it's a little warmer in Manitoba today. It was warmer here for sure, somewhere almost around the freezing mark. Anna, welcome, and glad to have you here. And let's see, did I miss anyone else on the bottom here while I was scrolling up? We got a Scott, yep, we got, and I think we're good for names for right now. Anyway, if I did not say your name or did not say hello to you, it wasn't by accident. It's just I didn't see it, and it wasn't intentional either. It's just the way it is sometimes. So anyway, yeah, let's get on with volcano stuff. And of course, I think everyone is curious about what is happening out at uh, our wonderful Merapi. And we will, whoops, I clicked the wrong button there. Merapi. Let's take a quick peek and gander there. I'm going to stop the video here for a second, pause it. Look at that, I stopped the volcano in its tracks. I gotta like that. Michael Olson also just popped in, welcome. And let's go over there. And yeah, this is the view right now. Not very, very good. And yeah, they had some inclement weather, I guess, is what we will call it. And we did see some decent bright eruptions within that inclement weather at around 3:30, and that kept on going at 3:30 their time, of course. And some of the shots out of there were actually quite large, like this one coming up here. Even though with the clouds in here and it being in black and white mode, it did really, really flare up, and I thought it was a kind of a neat thing to see that. And that's kind of the start of it right there, and there you go. And it's like a big explosion almost up top there. Unfortunately, we can't really see it. It doesn't matter which view we looked at. If we tried looking at the other camera views, because they're looking more at the front of the volcano rather than the side shot, it was just impossible to see it. So that was pretty intense and pretty bright for the black and white camera, unfortunately. So it needs a little time to recover. But yeah, with all that cloud around it, that really illuminates it. And that is, yeah, photon whiteout. Absolutely. Aliens crashed right into it. Yeah, maybe. And more pyro flows. That's something we don't know, Michael. You know, I would think with that kind of a blast that we may have something there. If we look at the, hang on, let me get to the other shot here. I was looking at the multi-screen and trying to see if we could tell if there was anything coming down. And of course, you know, you can see everything is lit up, but unfortunately, with all that cloud in there, it's really, really hard to judge what we're actually seeing, especially this cloud right in the front here, kind of a nuisance cloud. But hey, what do you do? It's the way it is. Prior to that, though, we did have a little bit of a lava flowing, as you can see here, a little bit coming down the chutes. Just not sure if there was all that much, and how far it was getting. And of course, prior to that, they did have it in color for a while, and it was really tough seeing anything in the color mode with the extra, I guess, well, cloud or water vapor, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, any pyro rumblings on the seismo. Yeah, if we go back and you would take a look, you see some of those. We did see some fairly large stuff going, but didn't see a heck of a lot. Let's see. Again, it's visibility, unfortunately, so it was poor. To say the least. If we go back to about here, it wasn't in color anymore. It was still back in black and white, unfortunately. And this is a quarter after midnight, so couldn't even tell if the pumpkin turned into, or the cart turned into a pumpkin, and that's pretty nasty. This was just 2 minutes after midnight. You could see the glow up there and a little bit of lava flow. But not a heck of a lot, because again, we got cloud on the bottom. Dr. Fox, all of the rain so soon after the big eruption could be really dangerous. And yes, that's a good point. Mars 2028, with all that new fresh lava or ash that is there, it could definitely create some nasty lahars coming down there, especially if, from what we noticed yesterday, there was a really large amount of ash sitting there, and not just piled up lava, but literally ash. And that ash, of course, becomes very fluidic very quickly if we have a big burst of water behind it, and it can do some really detrimental things. So you could in fact end up with some pretty nasty lahars going down those creeks and rivers that are basically that these channels are flowing into. So that's something that the locals do need to be aware of, and I'm sure many of them are, that with heavy rains comes lahars of sorts, and that's something that you need to watch out for, especially in places where that ash has kind of built itself into little dams of sorts, and it'll hold back a certain amount of water, and then all of a sudden it starts to let go. And of course, when we look at the mountain, this thing, to us, it visibly doesn't look like it's huge, but you got to remember this thing is very, very large. So that is something to consider. I think we're 3,000 plus meters, somewhere around 5,000, over 5,000 feet in height. So when you consider this thing, it definitely is a concern, and I certainly hope for the best that we don't see any pardon me, major things that are going wrong there with that situation. Anyway, just zooming back, we did have a couple spots earlier which were a little bit more visible, and that is about 6 hours ago or so. Let's see if that'll show up. Yeah, let me just back that up just a little bit more here, and kind of give you the gist of what we were seeing just prior to that. So you can see that lava coming down, and this is at 23:18 their time, and then of course we seen another large burst, and it should be happening any second. So again, great. Yeah, let's go back there. No, a little bit further. Right around here. Alright, I hit the button probably too many times, and YouTube didn't like it. Let's see, where did it go? Yeah, anyway, that's kind of the start of it there. And you can see more lava flowing anyway. And the thing about these volcanoes, they are all kind of all the same. They end up in a kind of a pulse format, where they're pulsing. And I'm still kind of wondering about that pulsating action that we see in a volcano. And I kind of have a hypothesis of, maybe we are getting some waves, pressure waves in our magma chamber, and that, or even in the mantle or the asthenosphere, and pushing it. So Merapi is 29,000 or 2,910 meters, or 9,000 feet. Okay, so it's 9,000 feet, 9,600. So yeah, that's pretty impressive as far as the physical size. Thank you, Sue. And yeah, it definitely could create some nasty lahars when you have all these different channels kind of steering into one low central point that might be plugged up with a bunch of ash, and that water will build up behind it and go down that hill, and all of a sudden you've got something that is moving along. at a pretty high rate of speed. So definitely something to think about. And hopefully, like I say, hopefully everyone there is kind of aware of these situations, and some lightning in the area there too from these storms they've got. So well, you're welcome. Google is useful. Yeah, sometimes it is. uh, yeah, Google usually is. Those Google spiders, they were all over the place way back when they first made Google, and I thought it was kind of interesting to see. And I thought, yeah, eventually they're going to have to get bigger hard drives. And yeah, they've got addresses on everything. They've got the entire internet on there in Google. So you can't hide from them. They got all your personal information too. Just so you know, anything you ever typed is there in Google. So that's a pretty wild. Anyway, don't want to harp on this one too much. We do know it is active. It's going to continue to do what it does best, and at least we know for the time being it will continue to remain active. And we don't see any signs of slowing down. Not as of yet, though. There may be a time where, a day or two or three, that we'll start to see some diminishing action from this one. Usually what ends up happening, of course, with most of these volcanoes, they start out, and depending on how much is in underneath that volcano in a magma chamber, we don't know how big that magma chamber is one of the big factors. And or is it a direct plume up from further down below? These are things that I am not aware of, and maybe their local volcanologists are, but this will likely be an ongoing event for a while. We know that it does do its thing, so it's kind of what it is. Anyway, while we're here, let's watch this last one here, and then we'll switch it. There's a little bit more red hot lava coming down there. This one is at just about, just about 10 p.m. their time last night, which is actually the 15th, and we are on the 15th. So it's kind of, they're in the future. So we'll hear about it from the future to see what this volcano will be doing. And pretty awesome to see. And yeah, you can see that little bit of bacon a little bit longer this time coming down the hill. And this is probably the best view we had of it for tonight. And we'll see what we can come up with for tomorrow, I think. But right now, that's what it's doing. Thanks, Tom, for the 4-minute warning. And yeah, we'll take a look at it later on. We'll go back to it. I'm going to put it back on live. And of course, the daylight is setting in. And it's 6:26 a.m. there right now. Unfortunately, hiding behind the clouds, maybe we'll see some of that cloud and the foggy material burn off as the sun gets a little higher, and we'll be able to see it again. In the meantime, let's maybe pop over to here, and that is Iceland. A real quick peek before the break. Make that bigger and have a look. Looks nice and calm there in the capital city of Reykjavik in Iceland. And we go back about 10 hours, see what that looked like. Blue skies up on the top with a bunch of little spots. I wonder if those are sky measles. I have no idea what that is. A dirty camera, maybe. Sky measles. Oh boy. The camera's suffering from sky measles. But it looks nice. I do have to say. No clouds in the area. Still fairly cold there, though. If anyone wants to bring up the temperature, you're more than welcome to do that. And let's see what we got there. Let's see. Thank you for all the positive input. Oh, everybody's trying to be positive. I'm what? I am hoping the end doesn't take too long. Uh-oh. We don't want anything to end. Anyway, that's what the airport area is looking like. It's not bad. Yona! Speaking of Iceland, and there comes Yona. Yona, I'm going to point on the screen. You tell me, what am I pointing at on the screen over there? Can you see that, Yona? No, that's not your house, Yona. What am I pointing at, Yona? It's a trick question, Yona. Welcome, Yona. Glad to have you on board. You can see my mouse pointing, I hope. Oh, gee, you got it. It's Kayleer. Congratulations, Yona. And your house is further over here somewhere. I can't show your house because it's not on there, but it's over there. That is Kayleer. So awesome. Near my nose, or what? Near my house? Okay. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that is over there somewhere. Anyway, we'll leave that alone. Okay, next one, of course, let's put this one back to live. And we will make the other one smaller as well here. And go back to this one. And it wasn't quite as nice today out there at our wonderful Katla as what we were hoping for. You do see Katla under the snow pile, but they've got some clouds over in that area. Yona has kept it all for herself, all that sunshine, and she's letting those guys on the southern side of the island not have, well, she's pushing all the clouds over there, so it makes it harder for us to see. It does look pretty windy there, and we'll take a look and see if we can see it a little better. Well, you can kind of see it, and yeah, she wanted blue skies, something about sun tanning. Anyway, it is a break time, you guys, so I'm going to put you back over on our canned lava, and we will go take a look at the harmonic tremor charts after the break, as well as the earthquakes, and then we'll carry on with this stuff. So for those good people who are here, please don't go away. Enjoy the Lavally show here. I'm going to put you back over onto skip this ahead to live, make it smaller, there we go, before I forget. And we want to go over here and put you back on the lava, and we'll get rid of the banner though. We don't need that big thing up there. There we go. And we'll give you a sneak peek. Okay, oh, hang on, I gotta load that sneak peek. Maybe I better load it first. That'll work. Yeah, this will be a little bit more fun for those people who thought they were smart and they were going to guess what my secret volcano is. I just have to kind of bring it up and show them and really bother them. Oh no! Don't tell me I lost that picture. Uh-oh, I've lost my secret volcano. Oh no! It's so secret I've lost it. Let's see what I can do here. Maybe I'll have to recapture the secret volcano. Somebody has stolen it, maybe. I think that might be what's going on. Let's see, where did it go? Oh no, I really did lose it. It's going to be one of those days, you guys, so just bear with me. I like losing things. I got too many, I got to quit working in this one folder. I got too many pictures in here, and we'll find it. Okay. No, it's not in there. Okay, I will have to redo that or find out where the heck I put it. But I did have it. Anyway, we'll show that to you afterwards. Okay, gonna go take that break. For all those good people who are here, if you're enjoying the show, please do hit the like button. That definitely helps out. Also, if you have not yet, subscribe to the channel and you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge kind of peeking in, please do consider doing that. And yep, wave to Arizona Snowman and all the other good moderators who we have not seen either. And welcome Thor. Stupid day I had, wasted 4 hours in a traffic jam, and now I'll park for the night. Oh boy, a traffic jam. I hope it tasted good anyway. Jam is always best served on toast or something. All right, I'm going for that. How do you know which one it is, Dr. Fox? Tom, that's all a secret. I have it written down here, okay? Because I'm going to have a hard time pronouncing this one. Oh, that's a hint. I'll be back. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Be back in 5 or 6 minutes. And here comes some music. Thanks. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm trying to swallow my Pepsi, and I still had some in my mouth. Boy, that didn't work well. I should have not started talking yet. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Jane and Thor and John and Mars. And glad to have you all here, and glad we're all enjoying the dragon-looking thing on this lava. Pardon me. Yeah, it's one of those things. Anyway, looks awesome. I love the way that lava just kind of shoots up out of that vent, you know, and that's. I think this one has been one of the more unique ones that we've seen with the way the lava was coming out and stuff like that. Very, very powerful, and some force on that vent, absolutely. You know, and this was one of the noisier ones. Unfortunately, we don't have good, clean audio files for it, but that would have been nice as well. And you know, it's interesting to see how well it did what it did do. Thanks, OneFish26, for the welcome back. Anyway, I did say we were going to go over and look at, and I did find my secret volcano. Unfortunately, it's one of those web file things that I have to figure out how to convert it really easily. Usually I have to do a screen grab, save it, and then put it somewhere else to be able to work with it. But I do have it open. I'm going to give you a sneak peek. Okay. Rename it to a PNG. Well, yeah, it's obvious that that's what I do after I capture it, is when I have to rename it to a PNG. It doesn't allow me to do that automatically within the browser. Oh, it works? Well, I'll try that. But anyway, I'm going to let you have a sneak peek here for a second. And you may figure this is a pretty cool volcano. And you can just take a look. Actually, let's see if I can... will it rename it? Save image as... And... in my stuff, no, it says all files, no. Let's see if it'll save it as PNG. I'll try that and see if it does that. Okay, it saved it, but I don't know where the heck it saved it to. Let me double check and see if it actually did save it into the folder here, and we'll see. Oh, it did too. And is that the PNG? No, that's the HTML. Oh, the other one is the PNG file. Oh, okay. You're a smart fella there, Mr. OneFish26.1. Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'll give you a sneak peek, but don't anybody guess. I know this is going to be tough, though. So... There it is, and it's a beautiful looking volcano. I really like that, and that is an awesome shot. But we'll save the guessing for later, and it is going to be tough. You guys are going to have a hard time on this one. I'm not going to make it as easy as the original shot there. No, John, save your guesses for later, but I'm going to give you another hint. It's not Merapi. Oh boy, there we go. Okay, so anyway, I figured we'll look at that. Let me minimize that thing, and we will see if I can bring it up. What? Dash? No, don't do dashes. Things that make you go, It is a beautiful looking volcano. Actually, that shot was very nice. Don't dash it. And James Ouellette, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Let's go to the harmonic tremor charts. Let's see if we can dash through that. And there's what we've got. I'm going to refresh that, even though it is very close to being up to date. Yep, it is. So what we are seeing, of course, in our tectonic area here, some little bit of an uptick. We had a spike in there and a bunch of little ones. Primarily, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A couple of doubles in here. So a little bit of activity there, and we do see kind of an uptick in our magma line and as well as in the seismic line. So definitely looking at something that is favorable for Fragranalfjall, and that is always nice. I do want to mention that there were some earthquakes in Fragranalfjall, which is really good as well. So let's have a look at, first off, go up to Askja. Oh, why is this thing clicking on me here? Askja, I went right past it. There it is. So Askja, of course, doing its thing and going up and down as far as the little tremors in its area. But we are seeing a decline in the magmatic activity, seismic activity. So again, I don't want to be a bad guy, but I don't think Askja is going to pop yet. Let's go down a little bit further, and we will take a look at the next ones that we've got. I guess we'll stop at the Grimsey chart. We see it is on a major decline as well, as far as activity all throughout. So seismically related to old lava tubes collapsing below. I don't know. Don't know. There could be all kinds of things collapsing down there. Without having a look, one fish, it's difficult to tell. Anyway, looking at what we see out by Grimsey, that's our northernmost point there in Iceland. It's a little island, and we see a decline there. Let's take a look at our... Oh, I went by right past Grindavik, and Grindavik, of course, to the southwest of Fragranalfjall. We do see that same kind of uptick that we seen in the Fragranalfjall chart, and we do see that they too had a double or triple little shaker in there, and that will be interesting to see what comes out of that. Let's take a look at the Krusevik one, see if it too had that shaker in it, and see what that gives us for an idea for today. And where is Krusevik? It's hiding. There's Krusevik. And no, Krusevik only had a little spike, but it too is trending upward. And in general, I would put this as what we are seeing is perhaps some tectonic action that is causing everything. And remember, before I mentioned about, everything is kind of tied together, and we get a hybrid style events, and that is kind of what I think we're seeing right now on those ones, unfortunately. So we'll get into the volcano submarine out, and sheesh. Yeah, let's just don't get caught in there, because you'll bump the edge of an old lava tube, and if it's full of water, and all of a sudden it'll come down, and then you're in trouble big time there, one fish. The only one that's going to make it out is you. The rest of us will have to sit there and wait till the lava workers dig us out. Or our oxygen runs out, one of the two. Anyway, let's let's carry on and go over to the other stuff. I'm going to put this back on Fragranalfjall first, and because I keep forgetting to do that, and then every time I go to monitor it, it's not there, and I have to try to figure out where the heck I left it. So there it is. Okay, so that's kind of what we were looking at. A little bit more activity on that one, so we'll try that. Let's go over to our earthquakes. Not that earthquake-like busy today. 44 indicated on the map here for the last 24 hours. And the one that was of interest was, we do see this, a 2.66, 10 kilometers down from 10:21 this morning, Iceland time. And I thought that was kind of neat to see that one all by itself way up there. Let's work from the top down real quick. We got this one, 1.5, 5.4 kilometers down, 1938 is the time on it. And that is fairly close. That's the closest one to Grimsby, I think, for the most part. And then we got a 1.3, 5 kilometers down, 1921. And looks like a 0.4, 5.2 kilometers down, 1149. And a 1.5 from 7.4 kilometers down, 1754. Sliding down a little bit, almost on land, 0.85. And that was 8.48 kilometers down, or just about 8.5. And let's see, it's from 1:49 a.m. And let's zoom out, slide down a bit more, and we'll continue on here. This is north of Herdebreit, and that's a 1.2, 6.8 kilometers down, and that's a 4:36 a.m. for him. And that again is almost in that same big area where Astia has its lava underneath there, or magma, and just not seeing anything come up. Anyway, 0.19 for this one, 6.11 kilometers down, 8:29 a.m. And then we see this one right in Astia, and that's a 0.68. 4.3 kilometers down, 1524, and we've got a 1.14, 4.7 kilometers down from 2:13 in the morning, and this one on the edge here coming in at 20:36 time-wise, and it's a 0.4 of a kilometer down, a 5.5, yeah, 0.4 of a kilo. Let's try that again. 0.4 magnitude. 5.5 kilometers down. How about that? That works better. Holy mackerel. Get myself all kerfuddled. Anyway, 58 minutes after midnight on the 15th, we had a 0.69, 4.2 kilometers down. Next one is, looking at this one, Bardabunga, there we go, that's better. That's 1615, a 0.4 and 1.3 in magnitude. Then over here by Grimsvatn, we had a 1.17, 1.38 kilometers down at 1:48 a.m. Sliding down a little bit more, we only see one quake at Katlab, 1.57, and that was at 4.5 kilometers down. 30 minutes after midnight, so very quiet. Then we get into the Reykjanes Peninsula, a little bit more in action. Thank you for the 5-minute warning there, Tom. And let's take a look at this. It's a 0.83, 5.7 clicks down, 2:12 a.m. And this is the spot where we were getting all the little mini swarm, if you will. 1937, we had a 1.63 kilometers down, and then we've got a 0.4, 4.3 kilometers down from 2037. Next one over, 0.6, 4.2 clicks down, and that is from 1932. And from 1929, we had a 0.2 and 3.9 kilometers down for that guy. Zoom out a little bit, grab these other ones down here. We got a 0.2 in the water, 20 kilometers down. That's a lot further. 1800 was the time on that one. Then the latest one here was this 0.4, and it was 6.5 kilometers down. 2249 was the time on it. 2243 we had another 0.2, 8.3 kilometers down. Moving over, getting there's Krusevik, and getting closer to our Fragadalfjeld area. There is a 1.31, and that is almost a surface quake. 135 meters down, 1541 was the time on it. Then this one here, 6.2 kilometers down, 7:20 was the time on that. This one here in the lake, 0.63, 6.6 kilometers down, and that was from 4:10 a.m. Then south of Krusevik, we got a 0.63, 5.6 kilometers down, 3:41 a.m. A 0.32, 7.4 kilometers down from 3:52. And then we get into our wonderful Fragedalfjall area. We are missing one. There was a 0.4 that was up here. It got off there because of the time clock. But nice to see this in our area. There's Siggy Fisher. The other one, like I say, was just up here. Anyway, 0.78, 9.9 kilometers down, a little deep though. 13:31 for him. 0.17, 3 kilometers down. That's a little better. 5:09 a.m. for him. And then down here near the highway, we've got a 0.69, 6.8 kilometers down from 15 minutes after midnight. And then we get out onto the peninsula here a little bit more. We see a 0.3 or 23, 7.2 kilometers down at 2:56 a.m. And then we see a whole little swarm over here by that power plant, or just beside it, 1.9, 4.2 clicks down, 7:39, 0.68, 4.2 clicks down, 7:48. Then a 0.77, 7:47 is the time on that one, 4.2 kilometers down. Then we've got this another 4.7, 4.2 clicks down from 9:37. 8:21 we had a 0.29, and that was 4 kilometers down. Next one over 0.19, 3.5 kilometers down, 8:47 as well. And on 9:19 we had a 0.53, 3.8 kilometers down from that guy. So one out in the water here, a 0.79, 6.9 kilometers down, 9:37. And then we've got these three left out in the water, 1.87, 6.2 kilometers down, 6:45 for him. Next one is this one, 0.48, 0.48, 4.7 kilometers down, 6:57 in the morning. And 6:44 in the morning, we had a 1.61, 5.8 kilometers down. There we go, got them all in. Before the break, oh, hang on, we missed one. There we go, 0.45, 10 kilometers down from 3:04 a.m. And that is it. So nice to see a couple of quakes in our area, which we haven't seen for a while. And of course, Fragedalfjall is this funny looking line here. And there's a K-Lear right there. And that is what we got. And of course, Ragnar there. And then the Siggy Fisher is here. So that is what we got. Anyway, it is a time to go take another break, and we'll put you back on the lovely lava. Please enjoy that. And once we get done with the break, we will go take a look at some bacon seeds. And we like bacon seeds. And then we'll keep exploring other places of fun and interest in our volcano world. So stick around. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, if you're enjoying the show, please give it a quick bop. I see we really don't have as many people in here today, which is okay. And also for those good people that are just lurking in the lounge, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I am your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. And then we'll have some bacon seeds. I promise. And we'll maybe even show you the mystery volcano one more time. There it is. Quick, think. Where could that be? That sure looks almost like what we're seeing there. But anyway, I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and glad to have you all here today. And I see our sleepy dormouse went to sleep. And thank you for the welcome backs from John and Sasha and Mars 2028 and Jane and Kananaskis Country and Sasha, and I think I said Sasha. Oh, the Foxtrot. And thank you, Thor, for that. I was trying this yesterday, but no go, so I will try again. Oink! Thank you very kindly, Thor, for your nice super chat, and do appreciate that. I'm going to write that down, 50 Danish kroners. That is awesome, and appreciate it, and thank you very kindly. And yeah, I guess it works better today if you're in a better location. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue. And let's see, being a fan since the first Iceland volcano. Yep, I've been a fan of that too, James. And thanks, OneFish26, and that is awesome. And let's get over to, yes, we're going, bacon seeds. That's next on the agenda. Let me use my magical powers here and stop this volcano in its tracks. Whoop, not that one. Let's try this. Where is that picture? It's supposed to stop it. Okay, there we go. Used the wrong magic wand. That's what it was. So, okay, there we go. Anyway, this was the last thing we were looking at there yesterday. And of course, that is our little piggies that went wee off of... I still love it, watching them just slide off that slide into the water. And they are having a good time doing that. And I didn't realize pigs actually did that. I knew they would wallow into the water, but I didn't think they would dive. But apparently they do. So that's something that you got to keep in mind. They know how to do the proper dives. And they are good at holding their breath and going under and get their snout back up right away, and away they go. Anyway, our wonderful piggy has sent us a bunch more, and we will take a look. And there she is ascending, of course. And here's the first one of, oh, hang on, that's not the first one. This is the first one of the day. Somebody's cleaning up and complaining about it, saying, we got chores again. How come we got to do this all the time? Complaints. Piggy working on her laptop. Love it. Yeah, she always does that. But yeah, these guys are complaining they have to clean up again. Darn it. Good help is hard to find. Anyway, Piggy, where sniffs for bacon. Yeah, no Piggy here right now. I think she's sleeping, but we'll let her sleep. It's in the middle of the night for her, so if she is getting some rest, hey, all the better. Anyway, here's our second shot. This guy seems to have a chocolate Easter egg that he's going to munch on, and he looks happy about it. So all good. And ready to clean up the Lurkers Lounge. Maybe that's what they're ready for. So pretty cool. And all right, that chocolate Easter egg, maybe a hint to our next picture. Maybe. I don't know yet. Let's take a look at this. And we're bacon seeds. Yeah, right. Those aren't bacon seeds. What's going on here? Yeah. All right. Apparently, what? I'm still in the Lurkers Lounge. Sorry. No worries. A storm chaser. No, them's are wabbits. They're not bacon seeds. Let's see what the next one is and has to say about it. Oh, I don't believe them. Okay, I will agree with you there, Mr. Wabbit. These guys are hilarious, I think. So, all good. What? They will clean you as well a storm chaser. Yeah. Gotta love it, you guys. And yes, I did put the captions on there just to make it look a little more interesting. A little bit of fun. And next one is this adorable, and I'm not going to call this a bacon seed. This one is more like bacon, but I think that one is getting ready for St. Patrick's Day, which happens to be on Friday. So this one's got the trotters all painted green and all dressed up for the right occasion. So pretty awesome, and that is coming up. And the next one, let's see what we got. Oh, here's another one. Getting all ready for St. Paddy's Day. So that is awesome. And nice to see. And very, very cool. All right. We've got two more left here. So let's see what the next one is. I wonder if this one is singing something Irish. Oh boy, you never know. Okay, this one, and I think somebody used a little bit of Paint Shop Pro magic here or something. Hey, isn't that supposed to be a 4-leaf clover instead of just a 3? What happened to the Lucky Charms? I don't know what's going on here. Begora. Uh-oh. Anyway, let's get to our last bacon seed. Unlucky pig. Uh-oh, leprechaun piggy. Yeah, it's supposed to have a four leaf clover though, not a 3 for a lucky one. Let's get to the last bacon seed for today. And that's this happy guy. He's definitely not worried about St. Patrick's Day. He's got his salad in front of him, and he's going to have something like Danny boy. That's possible, Thor. That is a very, very possible. A good-looking salad. Actually, it is a good-looking salad. He's eating healthy, at least, and that is important. Nice veggie plate, and gotta love it, you guys. Really awesome to see that. And doesn't even look like he needs a hogwash or anything. There you go, Sue. You got that 4-leaf clover. That is awesome. All right, that's our bacon seeds for today. So we wanted to bring up that other picture, and I'll take the salad. Actually, you know, I was thinking a little bit of the Thousand Island dressing, or maybe a lot of Thousand Island dressing on top of that, and I'd be good to go with that one too myself. Anyway, let's. Okay, I'm gonna stop that volcano from erupting there. Hang on. Pause. There we go, and we'll get that picture. So, all right. I know I've got you guys baffled. This is a very interesting looking volcano, and for those of you who haven't Googled it, that'll be okay, and we will see if we can locate it for you here on the volcano map. I may have a hard time finding it myself because I've not gone to this one before. And I do know it exists. I know which country it is in. And clues, okay, I'll give you a clue. Hang on, I gotta check and see where. Southern Hemisphere. How about that? And that's a good clue. Southern Hemisphere. Okay, that's your first clue. And we already threw the clue out. It is not Fuego. Because that's not in the Southern Hemisphere. Let me see if I can Google that on the maps here. And don't look at what I'm typing in. Let's see if we get that typed correctly. That didn't quite do it right, but let's see if I can get rid of that one word that it put behind there, and we'll do that. It's not Samaru, you guys. Definitely not. And Southern Hemisphere. Okay, that is a good guess. I'm just double checking, making sure. Where's the equator? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is in the Southern Hemisphere. So, no, country would really give it away. Come on, Sue. Maybe we'll start with, let's see, what can I give you? That is not going to really throw me off track too far. No, it's not Barren Island Volcano. Let's give you the continent it's on. It is on a continent. It's South America. How about that? South America. And hopefully that is a whole bunch of help. I know this is a tough one. And let's see, what? Bong Bong, hit cheaters to your friends. And James Bong? Yeah, hi all, and the lurkers, and joy. Okay. Yep. It is not La Palma, that's for sure. Definitely not. We used La Palma for the thumbnail, but I decided that was way too easy for you guys. And Cookster is getting closer. He's saying in Ecuador. And Cookster, it may be in Ecuador. Thinking of a name, Googles it. Oh, come on, Cookster, don't Google things. You're cheating. No, it's no. Navedo del Chilean? No, it is not. Cookster Littlefield has got the right answer. It's a Tanguahura. Tanguahura. What? I saw the image in the National Geo article. That's the reason, only reason I recognize it. Okay, so Cookster has got it. Cookster Littlefield, because he cheated and he Googled it. It's a tough name, and I know it's a tough name. And I'm going to try to say that name again. It's is it Tangarahua, if I said it right. And that is the correct spelling that Cookster has on the screen, though. So if you guys look at that, I'll give him the cookies, since it was a tough one. I never heard of that one. Okay, well, let's go to, where am I? And we'll go here and give you an idea where it is. Okay, so there's South America. There we are zooming into it. And let's actually put it on a satellite here. And we're zooming in. And we're, maybe I should have left it, the other one on here. Hang on, let me put it back onto normal. Quito is way up here. Okay, this is fairly far down. This is Ambota, is the nearest big city, and this is where it is. And it appears to be, if we click on it, it shows us the name right there. And it is pretty cool to see that, and specialty volcano, I guess, for the most part. and that is in Ecuador. And I'm not sure the last time that guy actually erupted. Pretty interesting though, and it is quite tall. Looks like about 4,800 meters in height. So it's a big one. And let's see what it looks like. There we go. So that is the satellite image of it. And I don't think it's erupted recently. I think the last eruption there said 2007 or something like that. It's 5,023 meters, so about 15,000 feet. So that is a pretty big mountain. And yeah, stratovolcano, and typically a snow-covered summit, it says. So pretty cool to see, and pretty awesome. And there it is, right there. So very, very cool. Anyway, yeah, it is definitely a big volcano, and I thought it'd be nice to see something slightly different for a change. So it is in Ecuador, and that is pretty awesome. And Cookster's got the link for National Geographic if you guys want to go take a look at it. I'll paste it real quick here. Copy the link. There we go. And there you go. If you guys want to look at that later, you certainly can. I thought it was kind of neat to be able to see that. I'm weak on myself on American countries. I need to study them more. Oh, James. Yeah, there's not that many, so it's not that hard. Actually, the worst area would be South America, because they've got a few more. Guyana, Suriname, French Guiana, and then of course Brazil. That's not so bad. Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile. It really isn't that many. You got Peru, Colombia, of course, and Ecuador. Central America, a little more confusing. Panama with the Panama Canal, then Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and then Honduras, and then of course you got El Salvador, and of course we go up from there, Guatemala, and then you've got Belize, which used to be called British Honduras, and then of course Mexico, and then there's this other place called it, and it drives me nuts, they call it America. The United States of America. And of course the other country in America called Canada. So that is it for the North American countries. Not that bad. What as Google says, it last erupted. No way, Sue. The picture was from hang on, let me see if I can find. You have 54 until Pepsi. All right, I got 4 minutes. Okay, got it there, Tom. No, because they had it erupting. They showed it erupting. So, no 5 minutes. No 4 minutes now. Yeah, thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Let me see if I can find that picture again and see when they showed it erupting. I might do that during the break or later on. It'll be okay. I'll check the volcano discovery. Yeah, please do. And that'd be actually pretty cool, because that was the photo that I got from there, and I think it had 2007 on it or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. At least that's what I believe. So I could have seen wrong. That's possible too, but they did indicate that photo to be from there. That's what they called it. So that's what it was entitled. Hopefully I've got the right one. Hopefully they named the right one, not some other volcano. I couldn't tell the date either, since it's the public domain, so many copies. Okay, Cookster, no worries. All right, let's pop over to something else real quick before we go to that break. And let's get over and have a look. We did look at our Merapi, so let's go over here really quickly, and we'll take a look at our wonderful New Zealand Mount Ruapehu. And there you go. Looking pretty pristine and nice today. If we go back about an hour, it almost had no clouds on it, and that looked very awesome. We also don't see any plumage or anything coming out of it, which is a letdown. I want to see it go pop, but that is what it is. So that was visible, but not a lot of activity there today. So we'll leave him be, and we'll pop over to our other graph or chart here for Taupo. Going to refresh that real quick and then open it up, and we can see that our activity hasn't subsided completely, but we are seeing a lot less at Taupo right now, and that's kind of what we've got going on. So pretty cool, and we like it. And let's see, we'll leave that be. We know it is still a little bit of noise underneath it. Here is the present view. Oh, hang on, that'll come. There we go. And there, of course, the entire lake is the caldera. And somewhere off in the middle here is about the geographical center of where the last eruptive activity was taking place underneath the lake. So pretty cool. What? It's a given, James. Continual. What? Continual learning, never ending. If you want to survive, absolutely. And that is the one thing that I've learned: is you never stop learning, and you never want to stop learning, because it's one of those things. It keeps your brain cells going, and you know, it's good for you. Definitely good for you. Anyway, not able to see Mount Ruapehu too well because of the clouds in between us and them over there. But it is back there behind this hill, so we do know what's there, but we got some clouds on the way. Anyway, that is it for right now. And what we will do is put you back on that canned lava, and we'll see what happens. And that is a nice shot, though. I wish they would have put a date on that. I would have really enjoyed doing that, finding out when it was from, because that does look fairly decent or recent, because that is a very high quality photograph. So it had to be sometime in the 2000s. Most of the other ones are a little bit yuckier looking. So anyway, on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider doing that. That would be awesome. Also, if you are sitting in the sidelines and not subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On those friendly notes, I'm putting you back to our canned lava from Cumbre Vieja. And that file, of course, says, what is it, 21/12/3, so the 3rd of December of 21. And all awesome. Keep smiling, and don't go away. We got more to come. Thanks, guys. Here comes some music. Oh, and we got one bunny eating, for those who need to know. Oh, he just ran away. Darn it. Bunny just came back. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And of course, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. And of course, Cumbre Vieja Volcano from December 3rd of 21 is what we're seeing on the screen. And thank you for the welcome backs from John and Sue and Jane and Sasha. And Thor was doing the logbook and saw that this old girl has been dancing with me for 1,250,000 kilometers in 6 years. Oh, yeah, it's a lots of time. Time card has now synchronized. Welcome back, Dr. Clock, Dr. Fox, welcome back, Doc. I can't even talk anymore. 12 mumbles. That time dilation is not synchronized yet, there, Cookster. Anyway, I was looking for the seahorse photo that's on the other computer. I have to find it. I know we have it. We also have the one of the duck, the duck shape that we seen. So we have a few different animals there that we've seen, and they were cool. So pretty awesome. We'll have to dig that out, Thor, just to show you. And you'd really think it was a seahorse. It is actually pretty awesome. Anyway, let's continue on with our magical stuff here and find out what else is happening in our volcano world. I'll pause my volcano. I love being able to stop that in mid-eruption. That is awesome. And, let's go over there. We did get, Sue sent me this information here. So, Tangarahua, yeah, however you say that, a volcano, last erupted, and I should have got that a little bigger screen there, but 2016, 2017 is when it was there. Don't forget the hummingbird in Hawaii. Oh yeah, there was a hummingbird in Hawaii. I don't remember if I do have, I think, a shot of that somewhere, but yeah, that would be one of them. There was a bunch of different things anyway, but there's a little bit of history on that volcano, so you can see that it erupted in 2000 and then 2016 and 17, so it was fairly recent, and that is pretty cool. And thank you for the information, Sue, and a photo had been, yeah, like I said, that photo had to be fairly recent because it was of higher quality, and it was digital, so I thought, yeah, gotta be. Anyway, pretty awesome to be able to see that. And what's it say here? The steep-sided andesitic stratovolcano towers more than 3 kilometers above the northern base, and consists of 3 major volcano edifices, and subsequently constructed about 100,000 years ago. So this thing is old, and let's see, over basement of metamorphic rocks, and let's see, it was built within the last 14,000 years, flowing and collapsing of the initial edifice. It is it collapsed about 3,000 years ago. Irish monk would have been around, and produced large debris avalanches, avalanche deposits, and horseshoe-shaped caldera open to the western side, with a modern glacier-escaped stratovolcano was constructed. So I mean, it's got some pretty good history there, and it's got all kinds of things overgrowing it, and now there you can see some of that glacial material on there, and pretty awesome to see that. It's interesting to be able to do that, and that is of course in Ecuador, and that is a very snow and ice covered peak, path of pyroclastic flows on the right flank. Yep, you can see that over there, and possibly in here as well as it flowed down. So pretty cool to be able to see some of that. Yep, snow capped. So let's leave it be, and we will go and take a look at our other good stuff. Don't need that Google open. We did have a look at Taupo, so let's go over to our next one, and let me get that going. Where is it? There we go. And that is going very slowly though. Or is it paused? No, it's actually moving. Why is that shape so funny? Oh, hang on. We gotta make it bigger, that's why. And there. Okay, that is their screen for a Semeru today. They've changed it a little bit. They've put a seismograph on the side of it so we can see some of that activity as it is happening. And hopefully they didn't squish it too much, because it certainly looks a little taller or squishier today. I thought it was a little broader than that. But anyway, that might be a little bit of camera squeeze or screen squeeze here, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, Semeru not doing a heck of a lot. Let's see if we can see anything as we go back a little bit. There was a little puff a little while ago, about 51 minutes ago. And let's see, there we go. We can see that coming out. It's a nice close-up view though, so we should be able to see some of that stuff coming up. And looks pretty awesome. We do like it. Don't see anything major popping out of there though. Let's see if we go back a little bit more. Some smaller puffs, of course, are not going to thrill us so much. There's a bigger puff. Should be around here somewhere. And let's see if we can get onto it. There it starts. So not quite as much get up and go in today as we've seen in the past. So pretty cool. Supper time, cool. Cananascus country, what are you making us? I'm hungry. I gotta go eat soon, and we'll see. Anyway, and that is what we were seeing earlier, and of course there's another one a little while back that I was looking at as well. This one here is what I seen, and again I didn't see any lava popping out. Absence of lava is always kind of a thing that I miss. I prefer having a little bit of a lava splashing, at least at the start of the eruption would be nice. Looking at the seismograph on the right hand side there, you can see it was going fairly well. But let's take a look at this other one. This one was a little bit earlier at 4:55 a.m. Still a nice color picture though, and or at least it was for a second. Why has that gone wacky on us? Yeah, that's as good as it gets. 320. Let's see. Do we have one where we can actually see some glow? Yeah, the clouds were in there prior to that, so a little bit harder to see anything, but that's about it for this one. And let's take a quick peek over at Madame Rutza, see if she has a Ta'al going right now. And no Ta'al, unfortunately, so we are bound and stuck with Semeru, and we'll carry on. Let's, that is the present shot, of course. It being fairly quiet. It did have a couple of burps in here, if you want to call them that. So nothing too weird. I'm eating biscotti and drinking a coffee. Oh, sure, make me hungry. I'm too busy talking. I can't do any of those things. Let's get over to our gray covered things, and of course, let me improve the quality of that gray to what it is. There we go. Isn't that lovely? Let's back that up a little bit. If we go digging through the clouds, we do see this snow-covered thing still there, and I'm surprised that we got snow on it at this time of year. And that's actually really kind of odd, considering the snow should be melting, and it's not. And considering the activity from the volcano as of late, you would think that that snow would go away. And there it is. I'm just going to do something here for a second. Let me go back to the other shot, and make that a little smaller, and we'll do that. So okay, while we're doing that, let's just take a brief look over here, and we do see this guy. I'm trying to get it lined up here a little bit better. There we go. We all know which one that is. And yeah, there's no flakes there, but that sure is pounding out, and no Cheerios needed. And that is our wonderful geyser at Yellowstone. And I was going to ask what cereal. Cheerios. Yep, you can put Cheerios in Yellowstone here, and they'll fly up and go away all on their own. And that, of course, is Old Faithful. I figured we'll see it before it turns off again. And at least we get a partial eruption. Pretty awesome. While that's going on, I'm going to go back and see if we can find any lava boiling out here on no lava. Got a neat lenticular cloud over top of our wonderful Popocatépetl, but no lava. Maybe an alien ship parked on top. I have no idea. Anyway, I'm gonna back that one up on the other one here, and then we can take a look at it here for a second. So, yep, that's Yellowstone National Park. Anyone who needs to go to that site, you can always follow that link that we used the Yellowstone for, or Jellystone, either or, and that works, and it's Old Faithful. So let's go back to Popocatépetl here, and take a look and see what else we've got happening. There you can kind of see the buildings of a lenticular cloud, with the heat from the volcano itself generating that, and of course the cold frosty coating here really helping that out a little bit with the temperature differences. And if we go back a little bit more, you can kind of see it was trying real hard to build itself up as far as lenticular clouds are concerned. Looking earlier, this is kind of what it looked like. It almost looked like there was more snow on it earlier too. So that is a very good possibility. That is about 10 minutes before 6 a.m. there. And you can definitely see up on the top here, the lava is glowing and lighting up the cloud completely up on the top. Very cool to see that. Looks like a light bulb going off up there, or some kind of alien ship about to land, or sucking things out. Maybe that's what's going on. That's why we never see lava. The aliens have got it. And this should be a little bit more of a rounded pattern here, and looks pretty straightforward. Yep, definitely an alien craft sitting on top, doing something. Anyway, that is Popocatépetl. We'll leave it alone, and we will move over and have a look at the next one. And Fuego was not showing their stream. It is on now. It was just way too cloudy earlier, and look, we caught it in the act of erupting. Let's see if we can up that quality. There we go. And yeah, a little bit of glittery bacon coming down the hill just in time. So that's what we've got happening there. And we can see the camera dudes over here with the little flashes and going off, and that's pretty awesome. A quick peek at going back in time. I don't know how much it really popped, but it was, yeah, it was hit and miss, and I don't know how long that stream's been running now. That is at 1828, and prior to that, yeah, it was in a cloud all the way through. 7-8 hours ago, yeah, nothing, no visibility until we get all the way back to the morning, and then it was still battling the clouds. So hard to see what was going on. We can see a little dark ash plume over there, but of course this other cloud is right in the way. Here's another one, and that is what it is. Quick peek at our other one, and we're not seeing anything there either. That's still from a no, that's today's picture. This is Messiah down in Nicaragua. Don't see much of that. And nice, pretty picture from this one. Villarrica volcanoes and central Chile. Activity continues to reduce levels. Short-lived pulsating period recently. So very nice photo, and that looks pretty awesome to see that, and glad we've got that. And there's the thermal image. Okay, thermal anomaly continues to be detected by satellite. The image acquired on the 4th of March. Okay, so that's still a little bit on the old side. And here's just some people trying to make things look good and making us hungry. All right. And there's somebody posing on lava rock. Just be careful you don't do that, you'll fall. And back to the volcano. Anyway, that is what we've got there. It is time for a break, you guys, so I'm going to do that. We'll put you back onto our canned lava. After we come back from the break, we will take a look at Japan. And after that, we'll get into our wonderful earthquakes and the like. So don't go away. Keep smiling. Be good. And I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying the show, consider hitting the like button. That would really be awesome and cool and help us out, of course, and we'll get things going. And for those who have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. Thor, take it easy. He says, I'm off to bed. Hope I'll get unloaded when I arrive tomorrow, and I'll leave the trailer and bobtail home for the weekend. Awesome. That'll be cool. Okay, Thor, all the best to you, and take it easy. Get a good night's rest, and we'll see you later, and we'll see everyone in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. I'm still going to work on trying to find those other photos. I know we've got them of the duck and so on, and it may take me a bit to locate them. They're on the other machine, of course, so it's going to be a bit. Anyway, here comes the music, and keep smiling, and play nice in the lava. Don't hurt yourselves. I'll be back. Whoop, whoop. There. Better music. That other stuff is too sleepy. We'll fall asleep. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs. I'm from Sue and Kananaskis country, and One Fish at 26. Hey, where's that Sharon Stewart? I haven't heard her all night. Is she off singing somewhere? Because I don't hear her singing. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Maybe she's working on that. That'd be cool. Anyway, awesome stuff. Okay, yeah, thanks, Sasha, for the welcome back. And we'll carry on here. Yes, choir tonight. Valley Granny. Welcome, Valley Granny. I've not seen her tonight, says John. Okay, good to see you all. All right, Valley Granny. And no worries. We're all good. Let's take off and go over to our next place. I did say we were going to go have a look and see what we can find over in Japan. So there we are at our wonderful Sakurajima in Japan. We got an ice cream boat in for those people who need ice cream. You can go get one right now. I really want an ice cream right now, but I'm not going because I'm doing a show apparently, so I'm kind of busy. Yeah, what a fairly thick steam up there. Yeah, it is. We're gonna have a look at the other shots. So go get your ice cream from the ice cream boat down there at the docks, and we'll have a look and see what it looks like. And this is the what they call the close-up cam, and it is definitely doing a fairly good job steaming. We're not seeing very much come from this side vent over here. So I wonder if it decided to stop again, and that'll be interesting. So maybe it'll pop. It's saving up some pressure for us. Yes, please help yourself. Okay, cup of tea. Yeah, that'll be all right. You're welcome to have a cup of tea. Anyway, looking not bad. If we zoom back a little bit in time to try to see what was going on earlier, we did see that little vent still working. Not much though. It's fairly quiet. We do see some darkish material in there, so just going back a little bit more, I was trying to see where exactly it would have popped. You do see a little bit of that grayer cloud material there. It looks like it came from the central vent. Nothing major though coming out of Sakurajima today. So very, very quiet. And then when we get into the nighttime hours, we are not seeing any lava glow or anything like that. We do see some moonlight up top, lighting it up still, but no real fancy outbursts or anything like that. So it seems that all of a sudden the world has gone quiet a little bit more as far as our volcanic activity. And that of course is at 1:34 in the morning, and I mean you could see it, but it's not doing a heck of a lot. And I didn't see anything else further earlier either. So nice shot though of the stars if you want to look at those. But let's put that back on live. Close-up view. There you go. That is as good as we get. Hey, Radio Shack 501 is back. Superman Legacy came out 2025. Huh. Okay. Is that the price, or is that when it's coming out? Oh, it comes out in 2025. All right, I gotcha. I was going to say, that's the price for a movie? That sounds about right. Beautiful close-up, yep. And like I say, a little bit, not very much coming from this side vent here. and of course that is the one that had just recently reactivated. But most of that material looks pretty clean. We've got two pipes here, so this one from that larger event, this is our central vent, and then this of course is where the little guy is. But that little guy, don't let him fool you, he's pretty mighty as well when he decides to go. So that's what we are seeing there at Sakurajima. We will leave it be. I'm going to make that smaller. Same thing with the other one here, save a little horsepower, and we'll go over to the next one. I know the picture is not anywhere near as pretty, and that is of course our Suwanosejima, also in Japan. And let's see if we can get back to, there's some pluming at 6:52 a.m. a little bit out of the back caldera. Not a heck of a lot going on otherwise. And if we go back a little bit more here, I think that is about 6:14 a.m. It was kind of continuing to do its thing, so a little bit of activity, and oh yeah, it is actually puffing pretty good here. So this one was a little earlier here from 6:48. You can see how dark that ash plume is, or 6:43, pardon me, yeah, 6:44 now. So yeah, it did put out a little bit, and that would have been quite interesting to be able to sit there and observe it. But very heavy ash, and of course that's probably got a lot of tephra in it, things you don't want to be breathing for sure. And we'll let that go while I'm searching for other spots here, and see if we can find anything else that was of a fair size. And we did see something of a fair size, and we'll I'll put the mouse on it, and yeah, this one was nice, but just a lot of ash. So let's take a look at this one. This was at 3:30 in the morning. You can see the glow of lava there, and I'm advancing it 5 seconds at a time here. There was also moonlight in there, so definitely a little bit more action. I was hoping to see some lava splash up, but not much there. And the front caldera, we do see a little bit of a purplish glow, so possibly some lava in there that is active as well. And if we go back to certain spots earlier, we've seen the glow of the lava, 2:57 a.m. Definitely glowing, but and then even earlier, other times while there was some stuff going on there, 2:21, you could definitely tell that there is some lava in there. Even a little bit earlier than that, 1:41. Definitely see a glow. So pretty cool. And unfortunately I'm not seeing any lava bubbling out, or no vigorous eruption from Suwanosejima. And again, it's on its own little island down in Japan, and doing its thing. This is 41 minutes after midnight, of course, and that's kind of what we had there. And even, I guess even earlier, it was doing its thing at 23:17, quite a bit of glow. So would have been active lava in the lava pond. Unfortunately, back to a normal 10:24 a.m. there in Japan. We aren't seeing anything, so let's leave that guy be. Gonna make him small again and go to our next one, make that bigger. And that of course is ASO, also in Japan. And ASO is definitely continuing to plume off quite a bit of the water vapor, as well as gases that are coming out of there. The caldera extends all the way over to there and is in that kind of that hidden valley, if you will. And it is a lake in there, and of course that lake, the floor is being heated up, and it is causing it to steam, and it's somewhat acidic water that's in there because of all the minerals boiling out and things like that. So a lot of SO2 coming from it. But again, it doesn't look like it's as active today as it was in some of the other days. Usually we see a little bit more of a locomotive effect, if you will, of that stuff coming out of there a little bit quicker than what we're seeing today. So that kind of sums that guy up. And I think we've covered pretty much all of our volcanoes for today. I just want to take a look at one other one here and see if we have any picture and if there is any activity. And unfortunately it is very dull looking, so we'll see if well, we'll go take a look at it. There is a stromboli, and you can see a stromboli on the regular cam over on the left side here. Some stars in the background as well. So a clear sky, and then if we look here, that is the thermal image, and we aren't seeing any red hot lava or anything like that, so Stromboli is quiet for right now. What is the approximate temperature of which lava are you referring to, Valley Grandma? Because our granny, there's different temperatures for different places. On average, most volcanoes are somewhere between, well, I'd say about 1100 degrees Celsius is what most lava is at. It depends on where it is, though. Some places are a little bit hotter than others. We take a look at, you know, what we were seeing in Kilauea. Kilauea was somewhere around 1200 degrees almost at Kilauea. We take a look at other ones like Stromboli, when it's going, is very close to 1200 degrees. Etna was about the same. There were certain points where it was a little cooler. Actually, Mauna Loa, they were measuring it at about 1220. I remember in Fragile Fjall, they were measuring it there, and that lava was somewhere around 1240 degrees. So it's all in that same ballpark. Pretty hot stuff. And when you take a look at that, I think Mauna Loa was a little bit less. We were about 1170, if I recall correctly, for Mauna Loa's last eruption. So it depends on which volcano you look at and where it's at. I'm not sure the temperatures of the ones down in the southern hemisphere, like Merapi. That is a little bit different, I guess. Don't know what exactly it would have been. So the other guy that we want to look at here would be, let's go over there, and of course that is our wonderful cloud-covered Mount Etna, since we mentioned that. And Mount Etna too is somewhere around 1220 degrees is what the measured lava was, 1220 to 1240 in there. But you know, with all those clouds over top of that, there's no way you can tell that it even sits underneath there. So pretty awesome. Anyway, it is time for me to take another break, so I'm going to put you back onto this lava, and that would have been about 1220 degrees Celsius back in Cumbre Vieja. And that's all good. After the break, I will come back and we will do a peek at our wonderful earthquakes around the world. And we'll take a look at the brand new, very fresh 7.0 at Kermadec Islands. And let's see, is there a tsunami? Oh, there is a tsunami threat there. Let's take a look at that for a second. We do have, just so you understand where that quake is, it's right down here. We'll definitely do this before the break here. So this is where the quake is. There's your Kermadec Ridge, and that is the quake. It is a 7.0, and a shaker map that's showing as a what is it? Showing as a floor? No, come on, it can't be just a 4. But when we hit our thing, it is definitely tsunami threat. I didn't realize that. They do rate it at a 7.1. And Kermadec Islands definitely in for a little bit of a tsunami. So that is something to keep in mind, you guys. Yep, I figured we'd show that just before we head off on our break. So, yeah, cool. Well, not so cool. That's really kind of bad news, but yeah, that could be bad for the Samoan Islands, could be bad for the Kermadec Islands. Could be bad for Tonga, depending on how that wave propagates out of there. Could be bad for New Zealand as well. So a northern end of New Zealand, get ready to get some water splashing. Anyway, we'll take another look at that after the break. So don't go away, you guys. More to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I'm leaving you on here for now. And don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done that as of yet. And if you're new, please do consider subscribing, and that'll be cool. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. I gotta go take a little bit of a break, stretch my legs, straighten my back out, and all that stuff. And so don't go away. We'll be back. Thanks. Here comes some music. microphone is back on. I'm just refreshing my map here, and I'm gonna do a little check and see. Sue has just said the antipod is in Turkey. Okay, has the antipod happened yet, or is it going to happen? Or do you think that's where that is going to happen? That would be interesting to see, because Turkey didn't have anything right yet, so pretty cool. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Sasha, and my device pinged me a sixth time, no worries. Okay, so usually the opposite is southern Spain. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. A little bit further to the west, and we do see Madria Islands and Portugal area, which is kind of off that area, but it should be closer to Spain if we're going to see an antipod for that area somewhere over there. Anyway, we will get to that in a minute or two. I want to go through the earthquake. It could be the result of the 7.8 in Turkey last month. I think that might be too long of a wait, Sue. The antipod usually shows up within a week or so at the latest, but you never know. You never know. I'm not an expert on antipods by any means, so I really don't know. Anyway, before we get to that earthquake, I do want to go over the volcano report, so we don't leave that out. And we'll get that in right now. So yesterday we had 4 active volcanoes last night. So the Tuesday, of activity for the 4, of course, they were 7 Kaya puff emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 1,800. And then last night we had Shivlash up in the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. Volcanic ash emissions continue to 13,000 feet, 4,000 meters at 1815. Cotopaxi in Ecuador, volcanic ash has likely suppressed or disappeared. Something gone. It's not there. Reported at 1830. Popocatépetl in central Mexico. Sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 2100. And for today, so far, we have had Merapi, Java, Indonesia, and that is a discrete volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, as seen on the webcam, reported at 45 minutes after midnight. Suwanosejima erupted to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 45 minutes after midnight as well. Fuego in Guatemala, occasional volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters at 2:15 a.m. And Nevado del Ruz, no emissions at 3:30 a.m. And then from new emissions, volcanic ash to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters at 13:30. Villarrica, we already had a look at that. And let's see, well, carry on with Sabancaya in Peru. Intermittent puffs of volcanic ash reported at 6 a.m. And then more puffs to 25,000 feet or 7,600 meters reported at 13:15. Shivlash up in the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, again, volcanic ash is not identifiable in the satellite image, reported at 6 a.m. Santiaguito in Guatemala, occasional volcanic ash to 13,000 feet or 4,000 meters, reported at 7:45 a.m. And then ongoing emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 1,500. Sakurajima, volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 8:15 a.m. And we've got a Popocatépetl back in there. Volcanic ash emissions continue to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters at 8:45 a.m. Last one on the list, Reventator in Ecuador. And that is new volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters at 13:45 this early afternoon. So that is the volcano report. Let's park our lava here. I love stopping the volcano in mid-tracks. And of course we will go down here first, just to the north of New Zealand. And yeah, that is a little ways from New Zealand. Grenzed, just wondering, did you hear about any tsunamis coming your way at all, or was that fairly quiet? I'm curious about that, because when we click on this thing, of course, the first thing I see is the wave, and a 7.0 Kermadec Islands, that is pretty sizable. Happened at 1856 or minus 6 hours UTC, so that'd be 12:56, and that's kind of what we had. 21 or 22.1 kilometers down, so it wasn't really that deep, but still could have been some interesting activity there, with definite tsunami threat issued, and that was at depth 6 miles down. No tsunami, not a big enough earthquake. Okay. All right. Well, if there's no tsunami for you guys, then the likelihood of another a wave going in a different direction would be minimal, and I'm not going to worry about it then. So let's see. What do they say here? Anything non-U.S. and Canada, threat magnitude or message number 2. Alaska, BC coast, 1, Guam, 1, American Samoa, 1, and Hawaii, 1. Okay, so I really don't think there's all that much involved there as far as looking at that portion of it. But it certainly is a biggie, and that is definitely worthwhile having a look at. So pretty awesome. There would be well, not necessarily Valley Granny. It is one of those things. All right, let's zoom in here to our Tanaga Island up in Alaska, of course, on the Aleutian Islands. I did watch GeoHub's video today, and it was a very, very interesting video that he put out, and it kind of made me think of what we've been seeing over at Askja in Iceland, and lots of shakers, and then all of a sudden things are starting to dwindle a little bit as far as the amount of quakes, but there's no subsidence yet as far as the ground level. And we're still thinking, well, what he mentioned was, you know, before he had reported that he thought it was an imminent fact that this thing was going to pop. Today he kind of is up on the fence, and I would almost have to agree with him with what he presented for material. And that would likely be the case, that it's kind of a wait and see game. We'll see what happens, because we do still see quite a few little quakes in that immediate area, but you know, it's happened before. It's happened with our wonderful Askia. It's happened with many other volcanoes before, where we see a massive flurry of quakes and then nothing. And here's another good one right there to represent that same feat, and that's Aniakchak there. And Aniakchak is exactly the same thing. We thought, yeah, it's going to pop, but things have quietened down. They've only had one quake here, 0.8 in the last 24 hours, and that is it's up in the mountain. It's what is it? Minus 3.1 is the depth. So that's 3.1 kilometers above sea level in the landmass, and you know, really not anything crazy there. It's a small quake, could even be an avalanche. 10:55 was the time on that one. I'm not going to worry about that for right now. The other one, of course, a Trident volcano, and of course we kind of have to wonder, are we going to see something from there? And again, that could be the same kind of a scenario that we see along with what's happening at Tanaga Island. So let's carry on looking at the other stuff down the west coast. I don't see anything really big. 2.7 here near Ferndale. Ferndale is here, and what's the other place there? Oh boy, I forgot now. Darn it. Ferndale. Anyway, Ferndale comes to mind, so that one, it'll pop into my head once I get, yeah, Eureka! I had a Eureka moment there, Sue. Anyway, yeah, Eureka is the other one. All right, sliding down the coast, we don't see anything major. We do see some movement on the, of course, on the wonderful San Andreas Fault. As long as we see a little guys there, then we're all good. Looking at this off the coast of Mexico, we see a 4.5 came in at 36 minutes after midnight at 10 kilometers down, and of course that is on the Cocos Plate boundary with the Pacific Plate. So little push, and then we see here in Colombia 4.6, 1550. And 170.7 kilometers down for that guy. Going down into Chile, and 4.0, or sorry, 4.4, 1535 was the time on that. 36.8 is the depth for him, and then there's another one in Chile, 4.2 from 3:35 a.m., 70.8 kilometers down for that one. Don't see anything else in the South Sandwich Islands. We do see this one here. We'll grab him now. That's Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Came in yesterday at 21:39, and that is certainly not the antipod for this guy. The antipod would have to be over here somewhere, Turkey area or somewhere in that that locale, possibly Italy or something. We'll see what happens. Anyway, looking at New Zealand itself, I don't see anything there. So, of course, we already looked at this big one, 7.0 Kermadec Ridge, or Kermadec Islands from 1856, 21 or 22.01 kilometers down. Over here in Tonga, we see a 4.5, and that is from 3:28 a.m. our time, and that is 133.9 kilometers down. A little closer. This is still Tonga, but there's the American Samoas out here, and that's a 4.7, and that is 1:39 a.m., 39.2 kilometers down. Couple of them here in Fiji, 4.5 from 12:39, 558 kilometers down for that one. The other one, 4.6 from 6:26 a.m., 535 clicks down for him. And looking at Solomon Islands. Sorry, it's not Samoan. Solomon's 4.8, and that is from 1320 35 kilometers down for that. And we see one in eastern, it's not, well, they're calling it Papua New Guinea, it's eastern Indonesia. And it's a 4.5 from 1349, and that's 25.1 kilometers down for him. Don't see anything else in Java or Sumatra. We do have one in the middle here, 5.3. That's the bottom end of the Philippines, and that's 1525 is the time, 70.5 kilometers down for him. Sliding up, looking for anything along Japan or the Kamchatka Peninsula, nothing seen. We do see this one up here, that is in China, 4.2, and that is from 2138 yesterday, and 13.1 kilometers in depth. Then we've got a couple more right here, 4.4, and what is it, Zhejiang, if I said it right, 3:40 a.m. and 10 kilometers down for that one. The other one at Hotan, and that is a 4.7. Yesterday's 2032, 15.9 kilometers down for him. And we did see a couple out here. There's one in Turkey, 4.2. And that's 21:29 is the time on it, and that's 11.7 kilometers down for the 4.2. And then Cyprus, I got this one, 4.2, and 27 minutes after midnight, and that's 10 kilometers down. And that's about it. So we'll see if we get some new ones showing up here. I see we had some interesting stuff going on. And, all right. Okay, cleaning house. All right. Thank you, Arizona Snowman. And I guess I wasn't aware of what was going on here. And thank you for cleaning up. Not on my watch. Okay, excellent. That'll work. And that's all appreciated. And yeah, I wasn't aware of who they were. Looked a little odd, if you know what I'm saying. And let's leave that be. And we will get over to our next, well, we want to go take a look at the Canary Islands real quick before we get to the break. And we'll have a look and see. Here's that one out here, 4.1 from a 4:27 a.m. yesterday. Never seen that one out there. It's interesting to see that. That is kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and makes the guy wonder what it's doing there. Zooming in a little bit, and we see these other ones. We do see a couple in here. Yesterday's 12:31, 2.2, and that is 9 kilometers down for him. Next one, another 2.2 at 8:11, and that 2.2 was, what was the depth on that? 8 and 9 kilometers as well. And there's a new one flashing, and that is 1.3, 21 kilometers down, a little bit deeper. And looking at what we've got here, we've got a 2.3 up on top of the ridge. Came in on the 13th actually, so that's a little bit older already. 9:05 a.m. then, and that was 15 kilometers down. The other one we see as 2.1, 11 kilometers down, 21:32 is the time for him. Then this one here was from yesterday as well, and that is a 1.1 from 2:25 a.m. and that was 6 kilometers down. That one is interesting, 6 kilometers down. That could have been some old pipes collapsing from Cumbre Vieja, but we don't know for sure. Anyway, it is time to take another break, you guys. So I'm going to put you back on some lovely lava, and we'll see what that will do for us for the time being. And after that, we will go over to our SO2 map and carry on from there. And we'll keep going. So, yeah, unnecessary excitement about the earthquake in northern New Zealand. Okay. All right, for those who haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. And thank you, Arizona Snowman. Good to see ya. Uh-oh. There we go. There's another one. Ah, that's my pleasure. There, I got him. Oh, he's a hidden investigator. Yeah. Oh, he's back already. I wonder what's going on here. Let's just remove that. Oh, it is removed. Never mind. Okay, there we go. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. And that microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And thanks for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Sue and Kananaskis country. And that is awesome. And let's see, Gren Zed as well. Thank you. Just wanted to take a quick peek. We did have another quake out there on the Kermadec Ridge. 5.0 just happened a little while ago, and that just showed up, just so you know. No tsunami warning off of that one, so that's all good. Anyway, let's get over and we will take a look at our wonderful things. And hey, Arizona Snowman. And the count was 4, just so you know, and obviously that's what's been eliminated. So looking pretty stable. Thanks, appreciate your fine work. Anyway, let's get at what we've got going on here SO2 wise. We do still see a little bit of pluming coming from the Kamchatka Peninsula, but it's not anywhere near as bad as it used to be. And we do see the North American area, though, quite nasty still, and that includes looking at down here from about central California all the way up to the Queen Charlotte's. Pretty heavy plume out there, so we do see that, and of course around Edmonton a little increase there, and that is obviously adding to what we've got going on here. And a little bit of a clear spot up in the north there where it's likely raining or snowing. And looking around the Great Lakes, pretty normal until you get to I guess the northeastern side of Ontario and into Quebec. Looks like that big storm that is out by Sioux there, just off the coast of Nova Scotia, is cleaning the air for the most part for that area, and doing some good, I guess. A few open spots in the southeastern states, southwestern states look a lot cleaner, and at least the good portions of them. Getting down into Mexico, we see plumage going off into the Pacific from Mexico, as well as over into the Gulf of Mexico as it continues going further down. Likely seeing some open spots due to rain and showers and things like that. A lot of that going on there, we know, and of course that is what we've got happening. Going into South America, we don't see anything in Brazil, or very little, just our population centers. Very little in Peru, and it's nice to see that big plume went away there. We do see a little bit more from Chile drifting across into our wonderful area there. Ooh, what's this? I wonder, did we have something go on there on Antarctica that I am not aware of? I wonder what's going on down there. Hang on, where's the volcano map for a second, or I'll use that one. I just want to see volcano map. I want to check something out here. Is there a volcano down there? Right in that spot, because I don't recall. Where is our Urta Ale? No, not Urta Ale. Erebus. Erebus is not in that location. Erebus is way over here. How come we got a plume there? Yeah, Erebus is way over here. We got a plume over there. Let me double check that. A plume. Get on the right screen here, and yeah, that looks like that plume is coming from right in here somewhere, and I wonder what is going on there. How come it's there? Okay, let's get back to it, so you can see where it's kind of emanating from. I wonder if there's some a new eruption happening there or something. Gonna have to keep an eye on that and figure this out. There are 90 other volcanoes on Antarctica. Yeah, there are. Let's actually, since I cut that volcano map up there, let me find it again. Where'd it go? No, that's not it. My God, where'd my volcano map go? I had it here. There it is. Oh, I shrunk it. I want to turn on the other volcanoes. And, okay, so we've got Paulette there. We've got a Penguin Island volcano, and we've got this one, Deception Island. But it looks like it might be somewhere around Paulette Island. But you never know. There could be something else happening there as well. So, yeah, that is a little further to the south, though. That is odd, unless we've got some funny wind currents pushing it around. Let me get on the proper map here. So it's hard to say. We may have had something be pushed in here from somewhere else as well, possibly our South Sandwich Islands. So interesting, very interesting. We'll have to see what happens. We do see our White Isle volcano is going to the south as well in that area from New Zealand. And of course a little bit of stuff from the refineries there near Melbourne, and of course the coking plants north of Sydney are definitely giving off their gas. And then Tofua here in Tonga continuing its thing, and we may even have Hunga Tonga Hunga Apai adding to that, we don't know. And of course Yasur, Eoba, and Agawa here, and in Yasur, or not Yasur, in Vanuatu, and Papua New Guinea area, we do have our normal stuff. And looks like the wind directions have changed immensely here for the stuff happening in Indonesia. So Luolatok still kind of pushing up to the north here. And we see the plume from Semeru going to the west, or southwest. And then I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but increased the plume from Merapi, of course, and that is expected. And we also see the stuff coming from Jakarta, as well as there from Krakatau. So a pretty heavy duty there. Little extra sitting here, and I'm wondering if again it's circulation problems for Kerinci and Marapi, and then a Sinabung up in here, not getting that bad air blown away. Ibu and Dakono still lighting up red as normal, not so much from Melan and Bulusan. Looking at what we see here from Taal and possibly Manila itself and the rest of the populated area. So that's what we've got. Dr. Fox, could that plume be coming from a snowmelt releasing SO2? That is, no. I wouldn't think so. That is too heavy, Mars. It's really too heavy and to be that all of a sudden, unless we have had something break off. You know, there could be if an iceberg, but even an iceberg breaking off, it wouldn't really do that. And you know, we'd see a lot less because the as soon as it got in the water, it wouldn't be doing anything anymore. It wouldn't be emanating upward. But the snow melt is basically quit, and that's why we're seeing the northern portions of the northern hemisphere around well, the Arctic looking pretty rough right now because of exactly that. let me take a look. I just got an email in here, and let's see if we can find what we've got going on there, maybe. Okay, I wanted to read that though. Yeah, view. Okay, so yeah, thanks, Sue. We'll take a look at that and see if we can figure out something, because there is a fair amount of activity there. I'm just wondering, they keep making that small on me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at that a little bit more closely, Sue, and we'll see if we can try to figure out why that showed up. But thank you for that. Anyway, looking at Japan here. Whoops, got a little flag, didn't need that. Suwanoshijima continuing to have its thing, and another flag shows up. All right, Sakurajima, of course, off-gassing there, and that is kind of sitting in this area. And then ASO being up here, it is adding to the general pollution that's coming from the other side, and just kind of intensifying things. And of course, we see in general from Tokyo area and so on increased levels as well. And pretty normal looking here for Kamchatka, so I'm not going to worry about that. Higher levels coming out of India. Don't see anything else. Like if we go down here, these swirls. Who was asking? Was Mars was asking? These swirls would be the leftovers of those snow melts. These ones here, the lower levels. This is really new, as far as I can see. We never had that, and I'm wondering if we had something drift down and get caught in a circulation here. But looks like most of this is coming off of the Antarctic and being pushed out and then upward. So it's hard to say what is actually causing that, and we could actually have. There are a couple of volcanoes here, so that could be pushing that down, and this could be kind of getting caught or trapped and creating that larger area of plumage. Anyway, getting back to where we were here, looking at South Africa, pretty normal. Looks a little more intense today, and that of course is from the gold smelting plants. And then of course our good buddies here. There's a couple of volcanoes there and some smelting plants. Looks like they've got a circulation kind of keeping everything in the same place right now. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because that really builds up the SO2 gas in that area. Sent you an email. Yes, I seen those maps, Sue. Thank you. And we'll have to study them later. Nothing coming from Urta Ale, or at least not that we can tell. And then of course we got our oil refineries. Kuwait seems to be the heavy one right now, and the other guys seem to be lightened up a little bit in Saudi Arabia, and of course Baghdad over here in Iran as well. Not seeing quite as much come off. Again, still low levels really from our wonderful Mount Etna, as well as Stromboli and Volcano, and they would be combining into that plume there. So doesn't look too bad for Spain and Portugal and half of France. We do see higher levels in Belgium, Holland, and of course Germany, and even higher levels in Poland and Hungary and Slovakia. Chechnya is not quite as bad. Austria half clear, and Switzerland half clear, and kind of in the Alps there, not that bad, and not quite as heavy there in Denmark. and we see SO2 in most places in Europe. So that's kind of what we got going on there. This must be a storm of some sort, keeping things clean. It looks like the Azores are plenty clean. And then, of course, looking at Iceland, looks like they've got some SO2 happening as well. Anyway, we'll leave that map be, and we will head over to a nice, fresh map of our wonderful weather, whether we like it or not. It does look cold in Alaska and the Yukon and northern Canada, and going into northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba, northern Ontario looking a little on the chilly side. Vancouver coming in at about 5 degrees right now, depending on where you're holding your hamster, and about a 5 over there on the rock for a Bob, and looking at a -6 for Edmonton and a -6 for Calgary. Kananaskis country has got about the same temperature, -6 in Swift Current. Going over and looking at what Judy M has got, she's got about -5, -6 as well, a -3 in Winnipeg. And let's see if we continue on here. We see some really warm stuff getting all the way up into the bottom end of Hudson's Bay. Really kind of nice to see that. We see -2 in Toronto, -1 in London. See a 2 in Detroit, 1 or 2. Chicago coming in at a balmy 4. And look at that, in Des Moines, Iowa coming in 11 degrees. Wichita coming in at 13. Kansas City, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. It's 12 degrees. And going up a little bit more, Montreal 2, Quebec City a -3. Looks like anywhere from about -2 to -6 in New Brunswick. Halifax coming in at about 0. And Cole Harbor is probably about 1 degree, I'm betting, Sue. Huh? 1, maybe? Let's go for 1. If the bot will bring that up. The bot is frozen. Ah, you froze your bot. Oh no. I'd try that again, Sue. Just go exclamation W. Okay, that'll work. We do see that circulation here of that nasty storm, and I hope that it, there we go. I was right, 1 degree. There we go. Conditions are cloudy with a temperature of 34 Fahrenheit and 1 degree Celsius. Winds at 11 miles per hour, 18 kilometers an hour. That's not so bad. And then looking over here and Newfoundland, we see, out here in the Avalon Peninsula about a -1 or 2, and then the interior of we got a -4, 5, or 6, depending on where you are. And that's what's going on there in Newfoundland. Real quick peek over at Portland, we got 7 or 8 degrees there. Sliding down a little further south, San Jose coming in at 12. Los Angeles is 11 degrees. And let's zoom back in a little bit. Mexicali, 20 degrees. And seeing what we've got here, 17, 18, Death Valley, 19 degrees. Some places as high as 23 over there. That's not bad. 14 in Las Vegas. And home of, let's go with Phoenix. We've got about 15 degrees there. We got about 17 in Tucson. And Albuquerque, New Mexico, 14. That's not so bad. Do we see a little more temperature? Yeah, slightly warmer there in the bottom end of Texas. Still not that great. 21 in San Antonio, 16 in Houston, 19 in Austin, and Dallas coming in and about 15 degrees. Oklahoma City about 14. Sliding over New Orleans, a lot colder, and that cold air is being pulled and circulated around here by something. And there's the high. Where's the other thing? That's the high rotating this cold. and that high needs to go away. And Miami, 19 degrees. That's pretty chilly. And 9 there in Jacksonville. Atlanta sitting at 8 or 9. Charlotte, North Carolina at about 7. Grandma B's house about 5 degrees. And seeing about 8 there, or 9 in Virginia Beach, and about 4 in Philadelphia, 2 in New York, and 2 in Boston. So that is not bad looking. Let's finish off the North American continent real quick. Mexico, 9 degrees. Acapulco coming in at 26. Cancun, 25. Looks a little warmer in Central America. Belize coming in anywhere from 24 to 26. Costa Rica, a little bit cooler, from about 19 to about 25. And Panama looks like about 25, 26 degrees all the way through. We're going to go take that break. After the break, we will do South America and continue on. Looks like our hot spots are going to be out here this time around, and seeing some 41 degree temperatures in the outback, maybe even hotter. So don't go away, you guys, and we'll do the rest of that, and then we'll do our precipitation and all that good stuff. Keep smiling, be good, be kind. I'll put you back on some lava, and we'll be back after the break. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, for the ones that have not yet subscribed, if you're sitting in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in, please do consider subscribing. That would be greatly appreciated. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back. Keep calm. Anyway, well, I'll keep an eye on those earthquakes. I'll be back. And that microphone is back on. Thank you for the welcome backs from all you wonderful people, like Sue and old Mummy of Hamsters has popped in. Thank you, and thank you for the welcome back, Uncle Doc. And then, of course, One Fish at 26 in Kananaskis country. And I hear you, DrFox2000. And I'm going to sing this song because I've talked to my friends and we're going to be in harmony. Oh, awesome. That would really be nice. Anyway, let's get back to that weather, whether we like it or not. And that is going to be cool. So, harmony. Yeah, lots of harmony there. Does that hurt on the knee? Durango, eh? The weather in Durango. Well, I'm not going to worry about Durango. Anyway, we see 27, 28, and that kind of thing in Colombia and most of the places, 26. Some of the colder places as well. Anyway, 32 and the high spots for Venezuela. And the rest is down to about, well, depending on where you point, anywhere from 18 to 32. So pretty awesome. And looking at what we see in Brazil, anywhere from about 26, 27 down to some cold temperatures of about 16 on the bottom end here. So Rio de Janeiro, though, coming in at 22, 23. Sao Paulo about 19. Looking at Bolivia, about 25, 26, 22, depending on where you point. Same thing with Peru, 26 for the high end, 22 for the lower ends there, and then of course cold in the mountains. I don't count the mountains. They are very, very cold. And of course, Paraguay, not bad, 25, 26 degrees, 24 down on the southern end. Uruguay looks like about 24 all the way through. Paysandú coming in about 25 on the border there. And some warmer areas in Argentina as per usual. So not bad there. Buenos Aires coming in about 25 degrees as well. We can see that cutoff line right around here. Santiago coming in at 17 in Chile, and that's kind of chilly. And we see, but it's not as chilly as my place. We can see the cold stuff on the bottom here, down to about 0 degrees in some spots. Yeah, not so good for them. Let's see what we've got. A little more heat in. Yeah, looks a little warmer today in New Zealand. Christchurch coming in at about 22, and looking not bad. We do see that west coast still possibly getting some rain with that low there, and keeping those temperatures down into single digits in some areas. And looking at Wellington, about 18 degrees, not bad. And Taupo coming in at about 18 as well, I'm guessing. And then, of course, Auckland about 21. Nice there. We do see some warmer temps on the other side here. Hastings 22. And just out there, 24 in some spots. Out in the peninsula, a little bit warmer as well in some places. So not so bad for there. Taking a look at Tasmania, we got 17, and the western side of Tasmania very cold. Eastern side not so bad. That low was seeming to circulate things there. I was going to say there's got to be another low here somewhere, and there it is, and that's helping to pull things through and cool it off. So, and there's a high circulating the opposite direction. And that is all right. So that's keeping things warmer. Adelaide coming in at, Melbourne coming in at 24. Adelaide about 23, 24 as well. And looking at Sydney, a little bit warmer at 28, and of course home of Oz, 32 degrees. And she's got the right place to live. I like those temperatures. That is awesome. And let's see, we did say before, I did see some 41s in here. Yep, and there's a 41 degrees, and that's got to be our high for the planet today. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it for there. Perth coming in at about 24 degrees as well. So unless there's higher temperatures here, I'm just checking real quick. We do see around that low, there's some 40s there. Don't see anything that says 41, but still 40 degrees, and that is plenty hot for any place on the planet. And looking at what we got a 91p out here, that storm, and that is just about on top of Tonga area. And hopefully it's not as big. There's another low there, and another so north of or northwest of Fiji, and then northwest of New Caledonia. Hopefully they're not so bad. Looks a little easier there in Papua New Guinea, up to about 30. Same thing with eastern Indonesia. And looking at some of these islands, yeah, 29, 30 degrees. Same thing goes, well, a little bit cooler, 27, 25, 28, that kind of thing. Out there on Java, slightly cooler on Sumatra, but not bad. Bangkok coming in at about 28, 29 degrees today, and Manila coming in at about 30, and kind of got that big cut there in the middle of Taiwan again. Pretty normal, and Kagoshima seems to be in the warm side. We see 20 degrees Celsius there right now. Fukuoka coming in at about 16 up there, and if we go up to Tokyo, 16 there, and sliding up a little bit more, Sapporo coming in at about 5 degrees. Then we got that Kamchatka Peninsula, looks pretty balmy and warm, and we see some plus temperatures along the coastal areas. Looks like the lowest is about -7 for them, so not bad for them at all. Sliding over, looking at looks normal for Sri Lanka. Not going to go through that. 18 there in Delhi right now, and we do see. Oh, I miss Freddie. Where did Freddie go? Oh, never mind. Sorry. Emotional moment. Freddie is gone. 20 to about 25 degrees in Madagascar. And we see Cape Town about 19 degrees. Pretty normal there for Africa for right now. Looking at the central areas is pretty good as far as temperatures. Not anything too terribly hot. Sahara is starting to warm up on the western side, and that is yeah, 29, 30, 32 in some places. Yeah, finally Freddie has gone. Yeah, I feel sorry for Freddie. He was such a nice storm. He lasted so long. I'm surprised he lasted as long as he did. Yeah, Freddie is not forgotten. He'll be remembered forever. Part of the stream. He was a fixture of bad weather. Looking at up to 25 degrees there in the UAE, from 20 to 25. Southern portions of Saudi Arabia looking pretty comfortable too, at about 28 in some places. We've got a high sitting here, keeping it cold for the northern portions though. And Baghdad coming in at about 13. Cairo was only at about 12, and that's a little cool for Egypt yet. Looking at some of the other countries here, starting to warm up in Morocco, but Algeria is still fairly cold, and Tunisia is got some cold weather there as well. And same thing with Libya along the coastline, kind of a mix because they're getting warm air off the coast. So let's take a look at what we've got for our wonderful Piggy. She's got about 13 or 14 degrees. She's getting that wind from the south again. So 13 degrees there, it looks like, for Piggy. And roughly, 12. Okay, I'll live with that. The map is slightly off, but no big deal. Going over, taking a look at Sicily, they are getting a north wind coming in, and it looks like about a 2 or 3 at Radanzo, and it says a 6 there. Wow. I guess the weather map is off a little bit. And looking at Naples at 10 degrees, Rome a little cooler at 8, and Milano up here at 7, Sardinia looking chilly, single digits, low single digits in the interior coastal areas, a little bit warmer and not that bad. And looks like we got a mixed bag of temperatures all over. It looks like it's almost sick there. We see Madrid coming in at about 9, and Aurelio's place about 8. Lisbon coming in about 11, and looking at not so warm in France right now. Paris coming in at 6. Nantes, home of Tanto, about a 7. And Munich coming in at 0. Frankfurt -1. Cologne 2. Yvonne Kunkel's house 3, and looking at Brussels about a 5, Amsterdam coming in at 4 degrees, and looking at Berlin about 0 or -1, very close to it, and 0 in Hamburg, and Copenhagen coming in at about 2 degrees, a little bit warmer there. Aarhus a little bit colder again at 0. Sliding up to Oslo, a -7, Stockholm, a -1, St. Petersburg, a -3, and Moscow at a +2. So that's not bad for them. And here we go, London, 8 degrees. Wow, looks like Wales is a lot warmer. It's anywhere from 8 and 9 and 10 degrees for those guys. Leeds, only about 6. Getting up to Scotland, it looks a little bit more normal here. 2 degrees there. Aberdeen at 3, and we see Dublin coming in at 10, and about 10 or 11 for the Irish monks' home, and that is pretty awesome. And look at that high sitting right on top of Iceland. It's keeping it cold there. And yeah, clear skies but cold, -7, and that's exactly what we're seeing, and that is not so good. Let's have a quick peek at precipitation. Not going to worry about too much here. Looks like the western coast of British Columbia and the Alaskan Panhandle still getting some snow and rain mix all the way up, and a little bit of snow in the interior of Alberta, and northern Saskatchewan, southern Alberta, Saskatchewan as well, and then down here in Manitoba, and then coming up from South Dakota up to the bottom of Winnipeg. Looks like not bad around the Great Lakes, going up the what is that? St. Lawrence Seaway. What's that St. Lawrence Seaway called? It's the St. Lawrence Seaway. Never mind. And look at this, Sue. Do you shovel with your umbrella, or what are you doing there with all this ice rain to the northeast of you? For Halifax. Holy mackerel. Snow of what? 17, 18 centimeters in some places. Rain, and more rain. Okay, and you're having ducky weather. And it looks like a rain and snow mix for the entire region in that stormy state. And looking at what we've got here, it looks like we've got monsoons happening there in that weather that was in California has moved inland. So places like Las Vegas, Nevada, and the bottom end of Utah, and going all the way up into Colorado there. They're getting a rain, as well as Arizona. And yep, that snowman's going to melt. They got thunderstorms happening there. And let's see. Looks like the eastern portion of the United States is fairly dry, though. We do see down here in Cuba and Dominican Republic and places like that, they've got a storm happening. I'm not sure if that's going to turn into something else. And then central Mexico, and going all the way down into through Central America, all the way down into the South America. They've got some rain, and then we get a little bit of a break, and then we start again once we hit Brazil and the southern portions of Peru and Bolivia, and definitely a pile of rain there. Paysandú getting some rain and thunderstorms. Same with Buenos Aires and down on the bottom end. And of course, at the bottom end of Chile, western coast, definitely getting more of that. And here's that rain that I thought I was seeing, and that cold temperature. Yep, that low is definitely bringing that stuff in. And we are seeing it on the other side of the mountains as well, in the eastern portions of the South Island. And it looks like the North Island, though, doing not so bad for right now. And of course, here the cold portions of Tasmania, same thing, rain. They do have a little bit of rain on the eastern side as well. And no rain in Melbourne, and just skimming the coast. And it looks like the bottom end of, well, most of Australia looks pretty good. We got a little bit on the southwest corner and a little bit up in the northeast, but not that bad. And as I was saying here about Tonga and those areas, they are getting that P and 91P storm sitting on top of it, and then we've got another low just out of Fiji, and New Caledonia's got another low sitting over it, so they're getting nailed. And then of course most of Papua New Guinea, and most, yeah, let's just say it's all bad there in Malaysian areas, Indonesian areas, and those guys, Philippines, not good, and not so bad in Taiwan, Thailand, I should say. Bangkok doesn't look like it's raining right now. And looking at Japan, looks like their western coast is getting it until you get up to the north. Then you see up here by Sapporo, and further north you see ice, rain. So rain and snow maybe for them. Sri Lanka getting some rain on the outskirts. Rain for India as well on the interiors. And yep, my poor Freddie. Freddie is gone. Okay, never mind. Emotional moment. Still seeing a low here off of the coast of Madagascar, and they are getting some rain as well. Same thing with most of the coastal areas. Central Africa definitely getting some more moisture. Looking at what we see here, and yep, Piggy's probably getting some thunder boomers tonight out here in Kos, and then of course all through most of the western Turkish portions there, and also up in Greece and Albania, and those areas are getting some, a little bit in Sicily, boot of Italy a little bit. Most of the rest of Italy looks okay, and Spain and Portugal, nothing. We do see that big strong line there. Canary Islands looks good if you're going for a vacation. And up in the northern portions here of France, we do see something going up into Belgium and into Holland. Looks like most of Germany and Denmark are dry. We do see some stormy activity there going across portions of England, and of course northern half of Ireland definitely getting soaked. yeah, the northern portions, and then of course some stuff up in um, snow in Scotland. And looks like Sweden isn't too bad. Finland, snow in the interior, and then of course Norway, the coastal areas. What do you expect? And not so much precipitation for Iceland, which is probably good for them. And we'll leave it as that. So let's get hunting our cold temperatures real quick and see if we can do that real fast today. And we'll see. I see a minus of 54 already there. Let's see if we can find something colder than a minus of 54. There's a minus of 55. And let's see, minus of 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. I found already a minus of 60. And do we have anything colder than a minus of 60? Looking over here, minus 51, no, 59. So a minus 60 so far. And let's see, a minus 52. There we go. Minus 54, 55. Looks warmer over there. Okay, let's go back over here. There's a minus 60. We'll see if we can find a minus 61 maybe. And yep, there's a minus 61 right there. Let's check for minus 62. Minus 61 we got. And do we see a minus 62? I'm not seeing it. That might be the coldest that we got there. There's a 55, going up a little bit, 57, 55, 54, there's a 58, and check around that minus a 58, 59, minus a 59, okay. Minus a 59, no, we got a minus 61 already, so we'll live with that. And yep, I'll call it at a minus 61 degrees. I don't think there's anything colder on this thing. I don't see anything. Oh, hang on, minus 50s. Yeah, minus 61 looks like the cold temp for me there in South or Antarctica. And let's see what we have in Greenland. See what we can find. Minus 42 already, I see. Oh, there's a minus 44. Minus 44. Oh, I see a minus 45. Let's zoom in on that and find that minus 46 that we want. Let's zoom back out and find it again. Minus 44. We had a 45 in there. Where's that 45 gone? I was on it. We seen it. We have an instant replay if we need it. Minus 45. There's a 42s. 42 there. 41. No, it's getting warmer. Warmer, warmer, warmer. Okay, I think I'm going to have to live with a minus 45 that we found here. Wherever it was, somewhere right in this area. Alright. I did see it though, it was on there, minus 45, so yeah, I'm just looking to see if we can see anything colder. Minus 43, 44. No. I think a minus 45 was it for that area. Yeah, I'm gonna just call it at a minus 45 because that's what we had there for a second, and it seems to have taken off. But yep, we did have it, so I'm going to do that, and we'll go to our wonderful Arctic and see what we can find. And it looks colder today up there, and maybe we'll see some minus 45s or 50s. So far 38 is all I see. Minus 38. No, we need something a little colder than a minus 38. How about on here? 30. Oh, there's a minus 40. Minus 40. Colder than a minus 40, please. Minus 40. What about this area? Minus 40. We need a colder than minus 40. And what do we got here? Minus 38, 39 in some spots. I hate when it's all patchy like this. Don't have consistent cold temperatures. How do they expect a polar bear to survive in the balmy up and down temperatures? That's going to give them a hot flash. There's a minus 39 again. Okay, what about over here? Maybe it's something colder on this one. No. 37. No, not looking good. There's that a minus 39 right in here. What about out here? See, we get, I'm popping back to that minus 39. There's probably a secret little spot in here that's colder. And let's see what we got up here. Let's see, there's a minus 38 again, minus 40 right there. There's a minus 41. Do we have a minus 42? Minus 41 is what we've got so far. No, not seeing it. A minus 39. So a minus 41 so far. What about this little spot? No. I think we're out of options. I think I'm going to call it at a minus 41. And not seeing anything else. There's a 39 right in there again. Yeah, let me call it at a minus 41 because that's what we had. And we'll take a minus 41. And now we're going for the gusto and seeing what we can find in our coldest Siberia. Whoa, hang on. What happened to Siberia? Am I looking at the right place? Apparently I am. Okay, who wrecked Siberia? Somebody wrecked Siberia. Let's see, and there's a minus 34. 34 so far. That is not good. Do we have anything else over here? Is this actually Russia? Minus 32. 33. 32, 33, 34. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, a minus 36 right there. Do we have a 37? Minus a 36 there. And oh my god, minus a 36 is the low? You gotta be kidding me. What the heck happened to Russia? It's all kaput. This is all like balmy temperatures. What about over here? There's a little spot. Maybe something there. No? Minus 32. Okay, we found minus 36, so no, I think as he found my, oh, I found your minus 36. Oh dear. Okay, well, I'm going to give up. That is, that's a horrible weather map. That is really, really bad. And there's that minus 36. I was hoping for a minus 37 right now, right there. And no such luck. If we wait another hour, I bet you it'll go down. All right, that's it. And heat wave in Siberia, you bet. And we'll call it a night for this wonderful thing. So, how did we fare? It's a tie. Oh my God, is that like a bow tie? I didn't get beat today. No first, second, or third degree beatings. That is awesome. And that'll be absolutely wonderful. I can live with a tie, and don't know how to tie them very well. Those Windsor knots are not so easy, but that is all right. Okay, Sue, well, I'll let you do the honors of going and feeding the wonderful animals, and I am going to wrap up the stream. So thank you, everyone, for being here, and it was kind of nice to be able to get things happening. Let's see if we can find some more lovely lava here that we can actually see things spurting out. What about further over? Oh, that was a daytime. We never did look at that end of it. Okay, well, I'll leave it there. All right. It's a string tie, dock. A string tie? Okay. A string tie. I can handle string ties. We have a bunny that is eating, and for those who need to know. Anyway, that is all cool, you guys. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. A big thank you to our wonderful super chatter. We only had one. That was Thor. And also one gift, and that was from Grandma B. Thank you very kindly to both of you. And on that note, also big thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live, HZ Skies, and Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields. Awesome. Thank you guys for helping out. And of course, big thank you to Sue for providing those reports. And I think we've got everything covered for today. Oh, there is Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa, welcome. Glad to have you on board as well. Saying thanks for sharing. And you are welcome, and nice to see you. Thanks all for being here for the show. Awesome, and thank you, Mona. Be good, everyone. Take care of yourselves, and I keep smiling, and of course, we appreciate each and every one of you being here. Always awesome to do the show. Don't forget, if you haven't hit that like button, give it a quick bop on the way out. That would be awesome. Also, if you enjoyed the stream, do hit that subscribe button if you have not yet subscribed. And on those friendly notes, yeah, thanks again, Sue and Sharon and everyone else who is here, all the Lava family. Whether you're a member or not, you're still a part of that wonderful Lava family. And really, I do appreciate it. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. And tomorrow, of course, a Thursday, so we'll do our thing. Keep smiling, and take take care, and please, only one thing left to tell you. Please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Good night, everyone, and oink oink!